Good morning, everyone. I would like to call today's October 30th regular county council meeting to order. We will start at 9:30, pardon me. We will start with the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge Athabasca County is located on First Nations, Treaty 6 and Treaty 8 traditional territory. We respect and honor all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples' connection to these lands, their history, language, and culture. The first item we have is the approval of the agenda. And I understand there are two additions to our agenda that came from our last meeting, those tabled items we had at our organizational meeting. So on 9.1, we would like to add the County Library Board. And 9.2, 2025-2026 meeting dates. And reports will be coming around should that be approved on our agenda. Are there any further additions or deletions or changes anyone would like to see? You'll move? Okay, thank you. Before we move before Councillor Chamzik would like to move the approval of the agenda, we do have to go through, as per our procedural bylaw, to go around the room for councillors to select which items they wish to discuss. And so those items that I know of are 2.1, 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, 7.4, 8.1A, 8.2, adding 9.1, 9.2, 12.1 through 12.7 for the closed session items. Is there any other further additions that councillors would like to discuss? We're all good? Awesome. Does anybody need me to run through the list one more time? Fantastic. So we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Chamzik to accept the agenda as discussed. All those in favor? Jack. There we go. Sorry, I missed it. There we go. So no opposed? Awesome. Thank you. All right, so the first item we have on our agenda is 7.1, which is on page 15 of your agenda package. This is the financial variance report up to September 30th, 2025. And does administration have anything that they would like to mention on the report?
Nothing really to add, just we kind of did a different report, so that's you see it there. So I'll just, I guess, other than that, nothing additional. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much. I really like the changes that have been made to the report. It looks really good, easy to read. I'm really impressed with the highlights as well that have been added to give us an explanation on these different forecasted items, whether they're over or below the budget. I think that's excellent. So thank you very much for that. Does anybody have anything that they would like to discuss regarding the financial variance report? Pretty quiet. All right. Well, I do have a couple of questions, if I may. I realize that a lot of these are forecasted, but just for curiosity's sake, when we're looking, for example, under agricultural, it mentions that the drainage ditch activities have been deferred. Is that just due to running out of time for the season? Just curious.
Through the chair, basically, there's a lot, we have open a plan.
Sorry, just to interrupt, we need you to microphone, please.
Thank you.
Yeah, the reason for that deferral is we need to put a work plan together and to ensure that we have all of our permits in place.
Fantastic.
To do that.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I think just going through some of these that I had highlighted. I think that, yeah, pretty much, like you say, they're forecasted items, so we will get more of a clearer picture as we get closer to the end of the year. And I guess we can go through that at budget time as well. So if anybody else doesn't have anything else to ask or questions, do we have a motion to receive? Deputy Reeve Minns has a motion to receive the September 30th, 2025 summary operating and capital financial variance report and investment summary as information. We're ready for the vote. All those in favor? And I see no opposed. Thank you. Item 7.2. This is the policy 6115 mobile devices on page 29 of your agenda package. Does administration like to? Thank you so much.
Thank you and good morning, Madam Chair and members of council. Today before you is a report on the policy 6115 mobile devices. We have a couple of questions for council on this mobile device policy. It's quite dated. It was written first in 2010 and was updated. However, since that time, the price of laptops or mobile devices has gone up. Probably double the price. So right now, the way it sits is the policy allows elected officials to buy their old laptop for $50. Right now, we're estimating the cost to be around $2,500. That includes insurance, setup, postage, all the other things that takes software that accumulates to about $2,500. So we're asking council for some clarification today on your interpretation of the policy. The way we interpret it is that only councillors leaving office get to purchase their laptop, but the ones returning do not. So we just needed some clarification from council on how you wish for us to clarify in a revised policy. And secondly, we're proposing some options for calculating the buyback of the laptop. So we've given you 3 options there to consider. And once council gives us some guidance, we'll come back with a revised policy.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Does anybody want to weigh in on this particular item? Go ahead, please, Deputy Reeve Minns.
I think if I remember right, when we started our last term, it was this policy was brought forward and it was discussed that at the end of the term, you would be able to purchase your computer at $50. Kind of gives an enhancement of taking care of your computer a little bit more than what some people may. So if I remember right, that's the way it was interpreted by myself, that at the end of the term we could purchase it for $50 and then we would be getting a new computer at the new term for, and then everybody is all part and parcel the same with having the brand new computer and running. So I think it's a good policy to bring up and everything, but I think we should be staying with what the policy says, and then if we want to change it for the next term, we can have that discussion. But that's my take on it.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. Go ahead, please, Councillor Chamsey.
I completely agree. When I look at number 8 of the policies, that to me, it seems pretty clear.
Okay, thank you. I'll also weigh in on that. I remember as well, when we began our term in 2021, this policy was brought forward and it was explained very clearly to us at that time that at the end of our term, because as we know, and we noticed as we went through on Monday, the term ended and we started a new one, that we would have that option to purchase for $50. I know these laptops, which have been fantastic, pardon me? Yours is starting to go. So this is the whole concern that I also have. I remember IT mentioning that these are not supported. IT cannot support these particular laptops, which does throw us into a bit of a conundrum should something happen or something go wrong with them. I know that in looking at what they possibly were priced at. I didn't pull any invoices, of course, or didn't ask for any invoices to be pulled. But I remember Googling this and they were running around about $800 to $1,000. So we're still right around in that depreciation of that $50, which I think is better to at least get some revenue from them than none, in my mind there. What else did I write down for notes? Oh, we did budget in 2025 for all new laptops as well, so that it is in the budget. It's not that it wasn't in the budget. And when we look at our financial variance report, we're already seeing a forecast of being below budget by over 80,000. So it's, you know, kind of a bonus to have that as well, that we didn't spend, the legislative services didn't spend as much there. And as it also mentioned in your report, that staff usually receive updated equipment for the workplace between 3 to 5 years. And so we're at 4 years. So I'm in agreement as well that this particular policy definitely, as you mentioned, should probably be updated for the new prices. But as it sits today, I think it should be executed as it was planned for, and then brought forward again to have that update at a later date for the new term. But that's my personal opinion. Go ahead, please.
All good points. So, I understood as well that, at the end of every term, you could purchase your laptop and because they do age out to a point, I think that, it's not terribly important, but I like how Deputy Min said that it does encourage people to take care of their property, because if you don't and you wreck it during your term, ideally the county is going to provide you another one anyway. I mean, that could be an accident, but let's hope that that doesn't happen. And I do believe that the price should increase for the buyback, as, I mean, depreciation or everything goes up, but I'm not like hard line on that. I guess I kind of lost my train of thought. I was gonna say, I agree with upping the price a bit. I think that that would like be a little bit more reasonable from people looking in from the outside. But I think that at every term you should be able to buy it and get a new one. Because ideally, I mean, I'm looking at mine and I'm using it, and if it's not, like, it doesn't even connect to the internet here anymore. I'm basically using it with saved agendas, and at home it works, but not here. So I would be getting one now, or would I get one in 6 months? I don't know. I think if it would be simpler if it just changed out every term.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, please, Councillor Dowd.
Well, we've just started our term here, and could we not do this at a policy review later on? Do we have to make a decision today? You know, can we just leave it as is and maybe bring it up at a policy review meeting later on? We're new here. I'm not really familiar, or some of us aren't really familiar with what's happening, so we can probably discuss that amongst each other and bring it back.
Yes, we don't have policy review meetings. It would be at the committee of the whole,
Okay.
would be the next opportunity to discuss it as a group. If that's what council would like to do, we could certainly forward it to there to have that conversation. But I'm wondering how council also feels about, you know, as you mentioned, yours is starting to fail. And I guess when we were here in 2021, that was was one of the things that was very clear, that we would be getting new laptops as well. So go ahead, please.
Sorry, I'll just follow up. I know that I can get a new one at any time. And I don't have to buy it back. I would if I could use it at home. That's all. I know that we can still go get our new one.
Okay, awesome. All right, so where would council like to go? Is that a tabling motion?
Before we make
Okay.
tabling motions, can I propose or speak? Because that ends discussion. I think we also have to remember that we're also here to make decisions, and it's a bad habit to get started by kicking everything to the future. Administration has asked for something fairly clear, and that's I feel like it's fairly clear, and I think we can assign administration to to modify the policy and bring something back for discussion to a different forum. But I think just kicking it down the road to kick it down the road doesn't work. We've had the agenda for long enough to have read it and thought about it, and we need to make decisions. We can't, let's not start with the first motion of the term. Deferring or nothing will get done. And while I have the floor, I'm going to speak to I like some version of the admin's proposal that there's a depreciated price as time goes on. Because, over the last 4 years, a number of counselors had problems with their mobile device where it failed at some point in time. And I think through, no abuse or fault of their own, these surfaces are not the most robust type of equipment, and they just they quit. So having a system where you can base it on the depreciated value allows somebody who maybe has a failure, 22 months from the end of the term to still pay a fair price for the machine if they want to keep it. And really, what would the county be doing with it afterward anyway? They're going to start a new term with new counselors and new computers. So it's a win-win. So I mean, whatever the policy changes that come, I think that's a sensible program versus this arbitrary 2 years and $50. Because if your computer had failed on November 1st, 2 years ago, you would not be able to buy it for $50 today. But you might say it's still really good and I still really want it. And so I would encourage us to not table this, but to make a decision, give admin some direction and get moving.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Reed-Mins and then Councillor Dowlett.
I would be in favor of putting a motion forward for the end of the term to go by what the policy says.
End of 2025 term.
End of 2025 term, the mobile device must be returned to administrator upon completion of employment or term of office at Athabasca County. A council member at the end of his or her term may purchase his or her device for $50. And then I'd put that motion forward. And then again, we'd all be starting fresh with all brand new computers. And then I really like the idea of Councillor Hall's about actually moving another motion to have a discussion of a possible new policy.
But would you be comfortable with admin just finding best practices and coming back to us with something?
Yeah, you betcha. Yeah, I like that idea. And then, but then at least we're done with that motion, we're done at the end of the 2025 term, and then we're gonna move on to the next term, in the next 4 years, but we're all starting with brand new computers.
Okay. Councillor Dowlett. You're okay? All right. So is there any further discussion? We can go forward with the first motion. I'm kind of gonna see if I got it. That Deputy Reed-Mins would like to move that administration, to direct administration to complete, or I'll just read the policy, that to direct administration to, upon completion of employment or term of office with Athabasca County, a council member at the end of his or her term for 2025 may purchase his or her device for $50, providing it is more than 1 year old. Is that a sufficient motion that as discussed? It mentions in the policy 1 year. Yeah.
Madam Chair, just for some clarification, you want the year 2025 placed within the policy?
No, this is to go
Or
forward.
to give us some guidance?
Yeah.
Got it.
For administration to go forward with the end of the term 2025, according to policy 6115, that a council member at the end of the term 2025 may purchase his or her device for $50. So it's just to direction to go forward with be able to purchase them and obtain new computers. If that makes sense to everyone. I'm not really sure. Leah, can you please read back that motion and then we'll wordsmith it a little more so it makes a little more sense, please?
Moved by Counselor Mins to direct administration that council members at the end of their term in 2025
May purchase.
may purchase their device for $50, providing it is more than 1 year old.
Correct. Okay, so go ahead, please, Council.
So we're talking past, pardon me, we're talking to past, we're not talking to future.
Correct.
Okay, that was my problem.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And then we have a secondary motion after this one to bring this policy further for further discussion, correct? Okay, so we'll deal with motion one. And I think it's clear that everybody understands it as it was written. All right, if we're ready for the vote, all those in favor? We have 8 and opposed, 1, 8 and 1. Thank you. And the second motion with regards to the policy is Councillor Mins would like to bring policy 818, or pardon me, 6115. I'm not seeing it properly, 6115 to a future committee of the whole meeting for further discussion and amendment. We can wordsmith it.
Before we get too crazy down this path, this is not a complicated policy. Could we see our way to asking administration to research a few best practices and bring us something back to discuss? Like, I don't think we need to sit down and try to figure it out. We've got a brilliant team. Get us something done based on researching best practices in the region, just bring it back. And I don't think we need to waste time going through committee of the whole on a policy that doesn't even take up a full page. And if they stretch it, I mean, maybe we'll get it to 2.5 pages. But so would it be reasonable to have the motion to direct administration to seek best practices and to revise the policy based on their research and best practices and present to council? And then we can talk briefly about some things you might dream about seeing in it. But I mean, I think we could do that in less than one cycle around the table right now. And for me, I've spoken to it. The only, the biggest thing I think is the depreciated scale is a reasonable way to balance the needs of the municipality with disposing of used assets, and otherwise let them go.
So if I kind of got the gist of it, is your motion would be reading, and this isn't for sure, just to wordsmith it, to direct administration to revise policy 6115 as per best practices and bring forward to a county council meeting.
I would say to research best practices and revise the policy,
Okay.
because best practices are not a thing. It's not a book you can go
Direct
to.
admin to research
If it were, it'd be so much simpler.
best practices.
And bring a revised policy to council for discussion and approval.
And bring revised policy 6115, or bring revised policy, because it might change the number as per at the next, or not
Just to
next,
bring it back for approval.
Okay.
I'm content to,
at a
you know,
future county council.
we dump
meeting.
lots on admin. We can't reorganize their priorities. They'll fit this in when they have a rainy day.
Okay.
And again, because really, we don't need to sort this out. You got 4 years to make a firm decision on it. If it takes time, it takes time.
Okay. So I'll try and read this out and hopefully we've got it correct. To direct administration to research best practices regarding mobile devices or regarding the policy. Okay, to direct administration to research best practices regarding policy 6115 and bring a revised policy to a future county council meeting. All right. Has everybody got that? Right on. We're ready for the vote. All those in favor? Thank you. And I see no opposed. 9-0. Thank you. All righty. Item 7.3, page 32 of your agenda package. This is a recommendation from administration, that council approve the administration to go out to tender the supply of aggregate for the term of 3 years with the option to extend for an additional 2 years. Would you like to take the floor and discuss the report, or we can? Sure. Awesome, thank you.
Good morning, Chairman and Council. So one of the things that the municipality has done and needs to do is to get our gravel inventories in place for the next few years. We'd like to do it on a 3-year contract this time with the option to extend. The last time that we went out to tender was in 2023. This would be for the supply and hauling of our spec gravel. It will be tested by our engineering firm, and they would place it in 2 locations strategically located to help reduce the haul distances throughout the municipality. Yeah, the next year we would add a 3rd location. It's a new location that we're attempting to get approval from the province on a Crown-owned property. So there's a number of permits associated with that. So unlikely we would have that approval in place for this year. That's why we've added it to next year's program. So that would give us a 3rd location for stockpiles in addition to our own gravel pits. Right now, we're proposing that the monies would be funded from our reclamation reserve and operated as an inventory item. So as the gravel was hauled out to the roads and billed to projects, that reserve would get refunded. We don't have a reserve that is established for this at the time, so that's why we're recommending temporarily using the gravel pit reclamation reserve, but it would be refunded as the gravel was hauled out to the roads and billed to projects through that system. Yeah, that's
Awesome, thank you. Any questions? Please go ahead, Councillor Dowd.
So is there a cost saving on this?
not likely. So the reason is we don't have, unfortunately, we don't have a vast majority of inventory or gravel pit sources of our own. So, you know, we need to do this in order to get the volumes that we need to accomplish our programs. So I guess it'll be market value. It'll be cheaper, I guess, than just sole sourcing to somebody and purchasing it that way. But I'm not going to suggest that it's cheaper than producing our own if we had a number of pits that were our own in these same locations. Is that, I'm not sure. if that-
Yeah, so are you saying we're short of, we're short of pits, or we haven't got enough gravel?
We are sorry, through the chair. We're definitely short on gravel inventories. We believe our primary focus over the next few years will be to add significant volumes to our own inventories, whether that be through purchase from private contractors or acquiring and identifying and purchasing gravel sources that we operate on our own. All of it will be in play, but yes, we are quite short on county reserves at this time.
Is it because we're not developing these, or is it?
From my understanding, is that this is a change in direction. There was under a previous administration, not this administration, that maybe the feeling was we should be getting out of gravel pit operations. This administration doesn't necessarily feel the same way or share the same perspective. So there was no focus on ensuring that we had long-term aggregate supply for a few years. The reliance was really on going through gravel suppliers locally. This administration shares a different perspective, is that we're not going anywhere. This municipality will be here for a long time, and it would be prudent to have our own resources in place for the long term.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'd
Thank
be
you.
happy to expand on that. I think we probably need to bring back something to council and brief you all on where we're at with a few of those initiatives. And one of that would be a closed session item because it deals with land. So we probably have some news for council on where we're at with some of that. But we'd like to brief you in a closed session, probably at the November 13th meeting. And I'm only going to refine the comments of Director Morton on one. You asked if my experience has been, if you do go to a bit of a longer term contract, 3 years, I have seen vendors sharpen their pencils and give us good competitive. That's not to guarantee that it'll be the same moving forward, but I have seen it in the past is if you're guaranteeing someone a contract for 3 years, I've seen very competitive prices. Usually with a fuel rider added in,
Yeah.
right? It's always the fuel rider gets added in. If fuel goes up, then their costs go up. Otherwise, it's really advantageous to both parties if as long as they're meeting the terms of the contract, they've got a contract for 3 years, makes everyone pretty competitive. They want that contract.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion, Deputy Reed Mintz?
Yeah, we could talk about this for days, but just wondering, do a little bit more of a dive in there now that there's been some work being done out west on a possible site at the Baptiste Island Lake Lagoon site. It's come to my attention and others' attentions that there's actually a site that's 2 miles away from there that is already a stockpile site that there could be possibility of a lease on that site where there'd be no lossage of gravel due to the floor of the new pit. And I was just wondering if possibly if that could be looked at.
Madam Chair, if you want to pass that location to us after the meeting, that would not be a good discussion in an open meeting.
Yeah, no, that sounds good if we could do that. And then the only other thing you mentioned, Director Morton, was using engineers for testing. Do we have people in place that could gravel test?
We do have individuals who have the ability to test. However, we have limited number of staff and, with the change in spec, my feeling was that we want constant oversight. And so putting a staff member there full-time removes him out of the operations of the rest of the department. Having a third party there with continuous oversight will ensure that we're getting the spec that we've asked for. And, there's a strategic direction to ensure that we're getting less sand in our gravel. So my feeling was that this is the best way to do it.
Just engineering costs more and more every time we turn around. So that's a lot of the reason why Athabasca County went with their own testing group and all that is just due to the fact of keeping the cost of the engineers down. But there again, we're getting into procedures and again, we'll talk after.
Sure.
Quick
Councillor
question.
Stacey?
These engineers, are they on full time or do they just spot check periodically or what do they do?
Through the chair, it will be based off tonnage. So we've tightened up the tonnage requirements of production. So depending on the production being pushed through the crusher, there will be testing done based off production amounts. And I apologize, I don't have the RFP in front of me. I can't tell you exactly what tonnage we had settled on. But the desire was to get more than one test a day, right?
Mhm.
So, you know, we've tightened up those requirements as well.
But
Our primary objective is, like I said, to get high quality gravel.
Right. But the testing is done only when it's being crushed and stockpiled so that we know what our inventory is and what the specs are on that. So his job is done within 2 or 3 weeks, is it?
Yeah, it would be only done off the crusher.
Right, okay.
Production. It's not stockpile testing. It's done off of the crusher itself while in production.
Okay. Also, another question is I noticed a few years back in some municipalities where they spread right off the crusher, they don't stockpile. I'm not sure what that all is about, whether or not it's economically feasible or times of the year when you shouldn't be out there spreading gravel in the snow and things like that. Is it possible that we do some spreading right off the crusher and some stockpiling, or your opinion is to have it stockpiled just so that we have the inventory for when we need it?
Through the chair, so there's nothing that restricts us from hauling out to the road from the crusher. The whole point of the stockpile is to ensure that you have more than 1 year supply. So we would never be hopefully not be in a situation where we're utilizing the aggregate as it's produced entirely. The idea would be, you know, by putting larger quantities together for contractors to bid on, it'll bring the price of the aggregate down, as well as give us more than 1 year supply in a given location. So if we needed it while it's being produced, we could absolutely haul directly from the crusher to the road. But the primary objective is to have a source there for more than 1 year's availability.
Good, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions? Please go ahead. Councillor Dowlett.
Before we vote, I'd certainly like to know approximate cost savings.
Okay, through the chair, I apologize. I maybe misunderstood the first question. CAO Beck has elaborated, you know, a 3 year is definitely a cost savings over 1 year. I took it as the question was in relation to if we had our own gravel supply, is tendering it out to us private source cheaper. So maybe if I could just ask for clarification on what the savings you're referencing or questioning are.
Yeah, well, doing our own, and I'd also probably like to know the cost saving on a 3 year versus 1. You know, if this is going to be like hundreds of thousands, you know, I'd like to know, you know, if it's a few bucks, can you answer that?
So I guess to be blunt, we don't have the aggregate supply of our own right now to do it anyway. So nor do we have stockpiles of aggregate. We're basically depleted 3 of our areas this year. We don't really have a choice but to go out to tender to get this gravel supply if you want to do your gravel program next year. But that being said, there's a long history that indicates, as CAO Beck has indicated, that going multiple years is cheaper than going for a 1 year term. That one, you know, I can't give you an exact number unless I put out a 1 year and a 3 year. But history has shown repeatedly that multiple years, when suppliers have a guarantee, they're more aggressive in their pricing. They know that work is coming for them for the next 3 years. That's quite valuable to them. But what the difference is between going to a private supply versus if we had our own pits and could do it, I can't give you that number today.
Go ahead.
Madam
please.
Chair, we do have the price that we got. We tendered for 1 year in 24-25. So we can report that to council. So we've got a baseline of what the last time we tendered for 1 year is. We can report that to council. I don't have it in front of me, but we can tell you what that was.
And from there, we can figure out what our cost is. Can you do that for us?
Yeah, we could provide that last tender price for the 1 year supply. That's easy. I don't have it, but we could find it.
And I believe Counselor Hall is also waiting to speak, but just so that I have clarity, I also understand the earlier we tender, the better it is for getting the better price, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, likely, Madam Chair, and basically suppliers like to crush in winter. So this is a great winter activity. So, and less so in summer.
Right, sooner the better. Okay, thank you. Counselor Hall and then Counselor Dowling.
So I just heard we don't have our own supply, Madam Chair, and I guess I'm just wondering from council, I'm having trouble remembering that we've talked about this big shortage in our pits before. Like, I feel like this is a little bit it's new news. And maybe we touched on it, I don't remember it, but is this something have we had, has council had this knowledge that we are out of gravel before today? That's what I think I just heard. We
Well,
don't have our own supply.
Madam Chair, I've been here about 2 years, longer than Director Morton. I think we've raised it as a concern to council. I really wasn't warned of that when I joined the county, that we have a gravel problem.
We didn't know.
So no one warned me. It's certainly become evident to us that we don't have a short, medium, or long-term gravel plan. Is that fair to say, Director Martin?
Yes.
And I think we identified that in I think we tabled a list of potential projects with council at one of our last meetings.
Yeah.
And we raised that as we do need to sharpen our pencils on gravel strategy. We need to start working on it again. We don't know what happened in the last few years before we joined the county, but it didn't look like a lot of work went into planning beyond the next year.
Thank you. And I do recall the strategy being
So
discussed.
then is this a plan, because I'm not quite clear based on the comments, if it's a plan to pre-purchase it all at once or to buy as you need, because we've talked about, when we know the work is coming, they'll give us better prices, which to me means sort of a supply on demand or an ongoing supply. So can we seek clarification? Are we buying 3 years all at once into a couple of piles, or is it going to be 3 1-year piles?
So it's kind of a combination of all of that. So is it a long-term solution? No. This, are we going to use all of it every year? Probably not. But I would say the simplest, the most it would probably last us 3 years at a given location. Depending on, how our gravel programs go. It really is, kind of tailored to be a 2-year supply at each place. So at the end of the 5 years, we might have 2 years left in that pile. So that gives us time to come up with.
So it's not, just because I want to make sure the question is, because it's really a cash flow related question.
Yes.
It's not all coming in on day one. Like in Wandering River, we, in the last couple of years, bought a multi-year supply, hauled it all at once and made one giant pile. I think what I'm hearing is we're gonna have a pile that's a little better than a year, but keep adding to it as we deplete it.
Yeah, the tender's actually based on 66,000 a year, split between the 2 locations. To put that into perspective, we use, around 100 every year. So this would make up 66% of our gravel supply, because we will have to supplement with crushing in our own pits. And it's really been broke down to this, instead of doing a massive haul, is to keep the size of the stockpile locations down, but ultimately to kind of restrict the cash draw out of reserves. So we're not seeing huge outputs of cash out of our reserves.
Madam Chair, I think we'd like the flexibility. If a vendor told us, look, we'd like to provide you 3 years all in the first year. Therefore, you're paying the year one price with no escalation. I think we'd look at it because gravel doesn't go bad. And as long as it's under lock and key, if you get all 3 years in the first year, and we do have reserves to address it, and it's a line item in every budget. It's not like we're going to stop graveling. So that wouldn't be a bad thing whatsoever.
Yeah, and that flexibility seems reasonable, and that's where I guess where I was going is, to me, this is not reclamation. The reclamation reserve is a capital reserve, and it's something you shouldn't touch. If admin wants to do this, we should find a way to take it out of your operating reserve, because a big chunk of it is obviously should come out of the first year's current budget, because it's current spending. And any of that extra future-based stuff, this is operational money. It comes out of an operational reserve. Don't touch reclamation, which is long-term. And I know, we'll say money's money in the bank, but we've set up that for a very specific purpose. It needs to be there when we need it. And we also there's too much risk of creating additional systems to monitor what gravel's getting spent and how much we have to pay back in payments. So I would argue, I don't have any issues with the program, except for the reclamation reserve is not the right place to take the cash.
And if I just may, noticing on the report, it does mention that that reserve would be replenished as.
That's what I just said. Then you've got to set up a system to make payments to it, and it's an operational expense. You should allocate operations to operations and capital to capital.
Understood. Councillor Dowling?
Well, I'm still confused. I'd like to know how we ever got to this situation. Bob, I think you explained it a little bit, but we should never be here talking about lack of gravel or shortage of gravel. So I guess we can't operate without gravel. We have to buy it, purchase it. We have to, but it's just kind of, the reason why is kind of bundling to me.
Madam Chair, I'll take a stab at it. The last 5 to 6 years in the county, there's been a tremendous turnover in staff. And somewhere along the line, different priorities took over. And I can't explain. Council of the Day must have them working on other things, but not the gravel supply. We're back on track. We're trying to say, wow, gravel is it's one of our number one jobs. We've got to take it more seriously. I can't explain the past. We're going to figure out the future, and we're trying to get it on track.
Yeah. And thank you. Administration has really been working hard to bring the county back on track in several areas. So
Yeah,
just one of them.
I'd like to thank anybody that's working on that as well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hall, or pardon me, hang on, we got to stop for a minute. I think it was Deputy Reeve Mins, Councillor Hall, and Councillor Stacey.
Just a real quick. What's ended up happening, if I could help Councillor DeHolic out, is it's been 8 years since you've been on council. At that 8-year mark, before you left, there was a 10-year gravel program, 10-year program that council could actually look at. And it was being administered, and over exactly what our CAO said, over 6 years now, that program is went null and void, and thank goodness that the new administration is actually looking at it. But that's what's happened. Is it'd be very nice to get back to the 10-year gravel program and understand where the gravel's coming from, because Councillor DeHolic could see that every time it was asked in one of his meetings from a long time ago. So that's, hopefully we'll get back to that 10-year and move it along. So I've been hammering the desk for a little bit about the gravel program.
Thank you. Counselor Hall?
I just wanted to suggest to my colleagues that this is really a good opportunity to think about as we go forward, do council priorities and have those strategic planning discussions. This is one of the topics we really do need to be clear about as a group and where it fits in our priorities and provide direction to admin so that we can tell them, we want you to build a 10-year or a 15 or a 20-year plan. And I think a 10-year detailed plan, but I really think 10 is way too short. We need to be thinking about the 50-year time horizon. We're at this table to make generational decisions. And some of those we're never going to see the fruit of, but we have to make smart choices today for the really long term. So just as we move ahead and think about strat planning, I put this on your list of things that we need to have a discussion about, because this is obviously our number one service to people in the county.
Thank you. Counselor Stacey?
Thank you. Just out of curiosity, what percentage of this program is anticipated to be tendered out? Like I'm assuming we have still some of our own pits operating. And so we're getting some from ourselves and some we should be tendering out. Do you have a rough idea what percentage? And what's the status of our other pits? Like, are they just about done or there's still some deeper down, further over?
Through the chair. So the percentage really, we build a gravel program annually based off, need, where we're trying to move, closer to a 3-year cycle. Policy says 4, but we've increased our budget a little bit this year, trying to, shorten the rotation of how often the roads are graveled. So the percentage varies annually depending on which areas we're graveling, how much comes out of which location. So I can't really tell you an exact percentage of that, what comes out of each pit, but we really only have 2 operational pits at this time. So, one of the things you'll see in the budget is a line item, to start doing an assessment of the entire county of where gravel reserves might exist and starting there. And then we would implement, an exploration program and so on from there. And to try and get to, I believe the first target is a 10-year, and then the next target would be a 30 plus, right? And with the ultimate goal of being at 50, if that's what council decides at their strategic planning session.
I think I heard your question. The purpose of this RFP is to purchase from others the amount. That doesn't mean we can't also mine from our own pits. We can also do that, but we are trying to get at least 66,000
Yes.
purchased from others.
Great.
And then we can augment as we go if we bring in a crusher and do some in our own pits, but we got some work to do there.
Okay, that's sort of what my question was. I
We're-
just was curious whether every year, if we have a budget that crushes some of our own and just even stockpiles it right there at the pit in case we need in a hurry.
We could, for the 3 years, we could end up doing a bit of both.
Sure.
Yes.
And hopefully we're back into our own pits long-term, but we're not there yet.
But based on your inspections, do you think there's still adequate supply in our own pits? Maybe deeper down or further over, or are we just about empty there?
We'll provide you an update as we talked about on some other things that we're working on and.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And just before Counselor Hall, I believe, has a motion, I would just like to extend, I have great confidence in our administration as to what they have identified and what their plan and strategies going forward are. And I understand that, we all need to understand what's happening with regards, I know everybody's, really curious about it, but I just have that real good confidence in our administration that they're going to make sure that we're not going to have an issue. They're trying to fix the issue. So, yeah.
So
Counselor Hall
to
had,
bring focus back to the discussion, the question in front of us really is about whether we will provide a motion to approve administration going out for tender. So I would make a motion that council approve administration go to tender for the supply of aggregate for the term of 3 years with the option to extend for an additional 2 years and to be funded from operational reserves.
what's the end? I'm sorry.
And to be funded from operational reserves.
To be funded through operation reserves. Okay. Just making sure I've written that down. Does everybody understand the motion? Counselor Dallet?
Would you be okay if we change that to a 1 and 3?
I would say, if you want a motion on a 1 year, it would be better to be a separate motion. To provide them authorization for that and to seek admin's opinion on whether that makes sense. Because they're distinctly different for me. This is a 3-year motion, or this is a 3-year proposal. And if we think we also would like them to do a 1 year tender, we should provide separate direction on that. Because it's 2 distinct questions, so the motion ended up being split anyway.
Well, yeah, but I would almost think, then we'd see the difference between a 1 and a 3.
So, Madam Reeve, it's a procedural question. If my colleague wants to amend the motion, you can. I will tell you up front. I will move to split it. It's 2 distinct questions and they're both valid questions, and I think they're both worth testing on the floor. I just don't think it fits inside of this one because it's 2 distinct.
I would also recommend it to be 2 different questions as
So,
well. Yeah.
The chair, I'm sure will give you the opportunity to move a motion to go for a 1 year tender after this.
Counselor Dalek, would you like to add that as an amendment, or would you like to have a secondary motion?
Well, I'll make it as a secondary motion.
All right, so we'll do the first motion first. And I think if everyone's ready for that first motion, Counselor Hall would like to recommend that council approve that administration go out to tender for the supply of aggregate for the term of 3 years with the option to extend for an additional 2 years and to be funded through operational reserves. I think I have that correct, Counselor Hall? Okay. Are we ready for that question? All those in favor? And I see 9 and no opposed. Okay, thank you. And the secondary motion from Counselor Dowlick would be,
I'd like to move that authorize administration to go tender the gravel for a 1 year.
okay, a 1 year term,
1 year term,
okay? And funded through
the operational.
operational reserves, okay?
But a 1 year it has to be.
Sorry,
But a 1 year it has to be because you got it done as you go.
okay. He's saying 1 year has to be going through operational reserves.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Does everybody understand the motion?
Can we-
Please go ahead.
Just from an administrative question to the chair. So would this be in addition to the 3-year?
Yeah, that's my question too. So if you pass both motions, so we're going to tender out 2 different purchases. So we could be buying, for next year, we could be buying 2 years worth of gravel. Which is fine because gravel doesn't go bad. But in the first year, you're buying 2 years, and then the other one, you would still be getting the second and third year with an option for 2. But once you go to tender, it's a legal process. Whoever's the lowest bid gets the work as long as they comply. So we're okay with that,
Yeah.
but it means we're buying 2 years worth of gravel the first year.
Well, yeah, that was I was thinking of, doing them both together, it might have made it easier, but if that's your feelings, I'm just thinking, maybe I'm gonna withdraw that motion for now.
Unanimously, I think, is everybody satisfied with withdrawing that motion unanimously? Yeah. Okay. All right. So we'll withdraw that for now, but it's good thought, right? We can always have that conversation again. All right.
Just to get back to Counselor DeHolick, I think what you're gonna find is the 3-year contract, you're just looking at the difference of money, right?
No, it's not only it's the commitment. You know, what if we open up a pit and we're able to gravel and, you know, we can't commit ourselves to 3 years, a supply of 3 years. I wouldn't want to if we can get our own pits going in 2 years or in 1 year.
It does save us gravel though.
Mhm.
Yeah, extends our gravel. So if we, that is the positive end of it, eh? So-
But it all comes down to money too.
Okay, instead of doing the cross table, I'm going to transfer this over to
Madam
the
Chair.
CAO.
If the risk is we have too much gravel in a pile somewhere, that's a risk I would absolutely advise council to take.
Right.
We haven't had that luxury in a long time. And for us to have a mountain of gravel somewhere, it's called inventory. It doesn't go bad and it puts us in a great position.
Right.
Because we use it every year. And sometimes when you have a mountain of it, you've paid a lower price early up front and then it's there. So I hear what you're saying. It's about cash flow, but it's also a good strategic purpose.
So I think this will be a conversation that will be coming back, and I appreciate the conversation at the table. This will be a continuous thing until we get our gravel plan all in play and our strategic plan all in play, but I appreciate the conversation, but we're going to move on. I think we're ready to go. Awesome. Okay, thanks, folks. Thank you very much. We have the next item, 7.4, which is on page 34 of your agenda package, the RMA Fall 2025 resolutions. I mainly asked for this one to be put on the agenda for discussion, just in case there are any questions that council are looking at through these and would like to bring forward to the mic at the RMA. And you do have that opportunity to go to the mic and ask questions with regards to the resolutions for clarity purposes or any of those types of things. So just curious if council would like to have anything discussed with regards to the resolutions that are coming towards RMA. Go ahead, please,
I just
Councilor.
have a quick question on resolution 929 or 25F. Is there a difference between settlements versus hamlet status prior to 1905?
And that's, yeah, I'm not sure if the CAO can answer it. So this is on page 54 of your agenda package, resolution 9-25F, recognition of historical hamlets to enable provincial funding eligibility. And I'm not sure if that's something we can answer here or not, but if CAO might be familiar with the difference between
Yeah, I was
the
just
settlements or,
hoping to get some clarity on
Yeah.
beyond definitions. Thank you.
right. Oh, beyond definition?
Yeah.
And I mean, it's a tricky one because this might be having to be asked at RMA itself. Yeah, go ahead and.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it explains it a little bit. Cardston County has a few hamlets that do not qualify for funding because of their lot sizes. So they were historically thought of as hamlets, but when the government of Alberta brought in hamlet funding to help out municipalities, they established criteria. Not every. So we might have other settlements, we might not, that don't meet the criteria that the province put in. But from our perspective, they might have been thought of as historical hamlets. We don't title them hamlets, but I can't think of any in our jurisdiction, but I can think of others in other jurisdictions where they don't qualify for hamlet, but one time it was almost a small town. But that was 100 years ago plus. So, and Cardston County says that in theirs, it was the lot sizes itself don't qualify for under the hamlet funding from Alberta, the Alberta government. So they're asking for expanded criteria to at least call them hamlets for funding purposes. That's all.
Councillor Hall.
Is there a CAO maybe could clarify for council if hamlet status means anything today under the MGA? Because I thought that generally all the funding that was tied to hamlets didn't mean anything. And before he answers that, the other statement I would make is, to me, the idea of only going to historical hamlets is a problem. If you want to do this, then everything should qualify. If it's only, if it's based on lot sizes, Century Estates would be a hamlet, except for the lot sizes. Right? We have other places that we call hamlets that are actually don't meet the criteria anymore, but we still call them hamlets because they used to be a hamlet, like Donnetville, which has, I think, as many as one house. Right?
Madam Chair,
Carol.
I don't have that definition in front of me. We can get it for council, but it was a mix of residential and commercial uses, minimum size of the area. There were a number of different criteria that the Alberta government put on. And I'm not even sure if it's in the act anymore, but it might be in their funding formulas. And I think historically at one time, there were specific funding programs for hamlets. And those have changed. There used to be, before STIP, there used to be another program with another acronym that I can't remember. And it was specifically for roads in hamlets, roads and sidewalks. That's kind of disappeared. So you're right. Hamlet status might not really help too many people with funding any longer, but there might be a few programs still around. So if council wants a bunch of research on hamlets, we can certainly go into it. And otherwise, this isn't really our resolution.
Yeah. Go ahead,
Right.
please.
Follow up on that. And that's where, hamlets, I mean, it's more. To me, it's one of those things that I think is a moot point because they don't get treated special anyway, is my memory of how that works. But to qualify today, you have to be lots less than 1 acre, has to be a certain number and at least one commercial. Because we, new folks at the table, I think one of the problems that I want to share that I think, we see at RMA is we should think carefully, like there's this collegial approach where everybody wants to support everybody and approve stuff, and a lot of RMA resolutions get approved. RMA has a mountain of resolutions that they're on the books and they all get attention from RMA. I think as a council and as a collective of rural municipalities, we need to be a lot more selective. If it's a truly provincial issue, it's an RMA issue. If it's a minor issue in the bottom corner of the province or the middle section, or that's a regional issue that does not necessarily need RMA. And so I think we want to be careful about like this whopping approval level and stuff. And so we should be voting no to more things is what I want to say. And so there is one on the threshold for voting, and that'll be an interesting one to see where that discussion comes through.
Yeah.
But what I would encourage you to think about as you're going is this really a provincial issue? Because special interest stuff, in my opinion, has no place in RMA advocacy. We need those guys doing the critical work for all of rural Alberta.
Thank you. And this is exactly what the purpose was for this conversation, is to hear some of these comments and opinions. And I mean, exactly what you mentioned, is it a provincial issue? I'm looking at page 49 of our package for resolution 6-25F, increased enforcement in rural Alberta to deter rural crime. Again, the municipalities also, have their rural crime associations, their crime prevention associations. So, when you look at something like that, are we asking the provincial government to pay for increased enforcement, or is that a download on municipalities as well, right? So those are things we also need to consider, is who's going to pick up the dime for some of these resolutions that people are wanting to put forward, and are we satisfied with the enforcement that we may have in our own municipality?
Be careful what you ask for.
Yeah.
I got a solution right now for this one, and it's you pay more.
Yeah.
Like that, if I was a minister, I could have that done by lunch.
There you go. And that's exactly it. Are these municipalities expecting the province to pay for that enhancement, or is that, further download? So these are the types of things that, are excellent to have these conversations and bring it to light for people to really think about and provide their opinions. And I appreciate that conversation. Is there anyone else that would like to weigh in on this particular item? I think the recommendation here was to receive the RMA Fall 2025 submitted resolutions as information. Does anybody want to own that motion? Counselor Kapitanic would like to move to receive the RMA Fall 2025 submitted resolutions as information. All those in favor? And I see no opposed. Thank you. That's 9-0.
Madam Chair, I
Okay.
just thought I'd give an update on, we received feedback from the minister. We had requested a minister of transportation and economic corridors for a meeting, and unfortunately they could not accommodate it. Just thought I'd update you.
Okay,
at the meeting.
they're busy people. But the one thing too about that is we're nice and close to the city, that if we do want to have that meeting and we can always do that outside of the army, which also might be more effective. In that, right? Okay, so we are next item up, and I think maybe I'm looking at the time to, yep, just looking at that. If we can take a 10-minute break, please. We'll recess until, time have I got on my computer here? 10:40, 10:50. Thank you very much, everyone. I think we're ready to go. If I'm not mistaken, we're ready to go again. We're back from our recess. We are at item 8.1A, community event calendars, page 111 of your agenda package. Are there any additions anybody has for the event? Go ahead, please, Councilor Capitani.
Friday, November 28th is Moonlight Madness in Athabasca. I don't have to list all the events because they'll be all over the newspaper and Facebook, but Santa Parade, fireworks, all that jazz. And I also have the 20, November 20th and 21st, I believe. Let me just look at my calendar again. Is that Friday and Saturday?
Thursday, and the 20th and the 21st is Thursday, Friday.
Okay, sorry, Friday and Saturday, so the 21st, 22nd November. Is Athabasca Follies was just announced, round 2. So if you missed the first show, which was what, last year or year before, it was phenomenal. And it is a vignettes, like plays all written by the actors, and they're all local, and it's all local comedy. So
Oh, fantastic.
jokes based on where we live.
And
It's quite
Athabasca
quick.
Follies.
Athabasca Follies. Yeah,
Follies.
tickets are on sale now, and
Awesome.
they sold out very early last time. So get your tickets at Valley Drug Mart.
That's fantastic. Thank
Yeah.
you. Awesome. Councilor Chamsey?
November 7th, Grassland School's having their Remembrance Day ceremony. It is open to the public. The 15th, Atmore is having their Christmas craft show, 10 to 4. I also seen that on the 15th, Rochester is having a harvest supper at 6:30. On the 18th is the Atmore AGM for their community league. The 24th is Grassland Egg Society meeting. You want me to keep going?
You might have to send these in, it might be easier to send them to Leah.
December 1st is a Grassland AGM. And then the 5th is the Atmore Community Supper, also open to public. And then the 6th is at the Grassland Egg Hall, a comedy show. There's Cold Plate and comedians as well. And that's all.
Fantastic. Oh, I'm glad to hear we're getting a lot of laughs coming up. That's awesome. Councilor Dowling.
Just November 1st is, there'll be a convoy coming to, Athabasca from, Boyle, Grassland, Athabasca will be a part of the, third west. Just come in and go down.
That's fantastic. Do you have a time by any chance?
Leaving Boyle at Peanuts. I know.
Here,
Mayor Ken,
I can check right now.
please.
Leaving Boyle?
Yeah, I believe they are meeting at the seed cleaning plant, aren't they? Okay, right here, truck drive 9 a.m. Boyle Grassland Riverfront. Yeah, they're meeting in Boyle, and I'm pretty sure it's at the seed cleaning plant, but I can, yeah.
Railroad Avenue, 9 a.m. Boyle?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any further, Councillor Chisholm? And then Councillor Callahan.
Christmas Magic in Boyle is December 5th, so the Boyle and District Chamber of Commerce is putting that on. As well as the Christmas concert is in conjunction with that.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. Do you have times for those?
It looks like 7 o'clock. And then the Christmas concert is also at 7.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Councillor Callahan.
November 14th at the Richmond Park Hall, there's an adult games night being hosted from 7 till 9, and snacks, tea, and coffee are provided.
Awesome. Fantastic. Does anybody else have anything further? I've got a few to add myself. I'll go ahead and add the few that, I would like to invite, the public as well as council to also check out the Athabasca Region Tourism Events Calendar. It's online. That website will also accept all your events to add to that particular calendar, which is very helpful for the community and a good place to, bring people to the website that we would love to promote more of. I also will invite people to check out the Athabasca Native Friendship Center. They have regular calendars posted as well on their Facebook page. I'll give you the update. I did send in the November calendar for the next meeting, but I'll give you the update on what's happening just for the beginning of November here. We have the Seniors Bingo on November 6th at the Native Friendship Center from 1 to 3. They also have on November 7th, a Remembrance Day event from 2 to 3. And then there is Métis Week happening at the Native Friendship Center. That's beginning on November 10th. So on the 10th, there'll be the Northern Lights Square Dancers at 1 p.m. On the 12th, there'll be Métis Jigging. I'm not sure of the time, but again, you can check that out on Facebook with regards to their calendar. There is a Métis workshop on the 13th from 1 till 3. On the 14th of November, there is the Métis Beef and Barley Soup and Bannock luncheon from 11:30 to 1:30. And also on the 15th, there is a ribbon skirt workshop from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. But again, those I really invite everybody to check out those calendars online as well as on Facebook. There is a lot of there's no shortage of events in our community, and that's pretty cool to see for such a small area. So go ahead, please, Councillor Chisholm.
I gave you the wrong time for that Christmas Magic. It actually starts at 3:30.
Okay, 3:30. Awesome. Thank you very much. And also, I guess if we have a bunch of these, feel free to send them to Leah ahead of time, so she's not trying to keep up with all of that. So if everybody can do that today, that would be great, and be handy for her. Awesome. So I guess, do we have a motion to, Deputy Reed Mins would like to put the motion forward to receive the calendars as the event calendars as discussed. All those in favor? And are there any opposed? That's 9-0. Thank you. Did you have an addition?
No.
Okay. All righty. 8.2 is the next item, which is our councillor meeting calendars. That is on page 122 of your agenda package. I'll just go ahead, please, Councillor.
Madam Chair, I'd propose we table this motion until after 9.2.
Until after 9.2. Sounds like a plan. Tabling motions aren't debatable, so all those in favor? And any opposed? Right, so that's 9-0. We're going to move, let's just put that down after 9.2 so I don't forget. All right, we do have the two additions I think were handed out to everybody. I'm just gonna set this aside so I don't lose where I'm at. And we have 9.1, which is the County Library Board. This is to appoint the following County Library Board members. It's mentioned here, Councillor Chamzik, Councillor Cody Calahoo, Member Wanda Malott, Member Kathy Hogarth, and Member Jennifer Oko. This was asked to be tabled, so I'll turn this over to administration. If administration, nope, nothing there. All right. So I think as everybody has had a chance to read the report, as per the Libraries Act, council must pass a resolution appointing the members. And the following motion, of course, was made at our October 28th organizational meeting, that we table this to this meeting. And as per policy 8206, appointments to committee and board, section 5, to be considered for a member at large position of former elected official must wait 1 year from the date of retirement from elected office. Councillor Hall.
Through the chair, wondering if admin had a comment on the terms ending October 27, if there was some reasoning behind not staggering those out over multiple years that I just can't remember. Like why we wouldn't do 27, 28?
If we can just repeat the question, it was basically to
Why
inquire.
they're not staggered, rather than having 3 public members expire at once.
If you don't
The
mind.
question was to administration.
Madam Chair, I'll defer to Councillor Chamzik.
Thank you.
We have been, sorry about that. We've been working on, a better terms of reference and having those staggered years like most of our other committees. So that in the future that we have a rollover, because the minimum requirement is 5 and up to 10. And it would just be good to have that redundant, rollover or additions with, term limits. It's still things being worked on within the committee.
So the question was why these ones aren't staggered.
Madam Chair, I don't have an answer. I could tell you, I don't believe we have a great terms of reference or bylaw for establishing our library board. My experience in other municipalities that have library boards, generally the selection of the board members is handled by the library board, and then they send a memo to us to take to council recommending who they've selected. I believe that's kind of how it happens here as well. So if we're following that same model, whether or not it matches our bylaw, we don't have a whole lot of, administration doesn't have a whole lot of role. So I don't have an answer for you.
Thank you.
I'll move the recommended motion.
Okay, Councillor Hall. So the motion from Councillor Hall is to appoint the following to the County Library Board as recommended. If we're ready for that, no further discussion. If we're ready for the question, all those in favor? Are there any opposed? Thank you. That's 9 and 0. All right, that was 9.1 and 9.2 is the 2025-2026 meeting dates. So bear with me here. This again was a handout that we were given for the added item on the agenda. And I'll just quickly go through. The recommendation here is that council decide if they would like to revise the meeting dates, and if so, schedule the meeting dates by council resolution until the end of March 2026, and to direct administration to amend the procedural bylaw and bring it back to a future regular county council meeting for consideration. So I believe this was Councillor Kapitaniak's suggestion that we move to every second, well, the second Thursday and the fourth Thursday, rather than the second Tuesday and the fourth Thursday. Yeah, right. So as, of course, as it mentions in the background, did administration want to weigh in? Otherwise, I'm just going to go through the report. I'll just go through the report. So the background here is as per our procedural bylaw, apart from statutory meetings, the regular meetings of council, like as we mentioned, were the second Tuesday, the last Thursday of each month. Did you want to stick with the last Thursday or the fourth Thursday?
I think second and fourth.
Second and fourth. Okay.
It's clearer for everyone.
Okay, perfect. And then, of course, it mentions unless authorized by resolution of council, all council meetings will commence at 9:30. And if council changes the date, time, or place of a regularly scheduled meeting, the municipality must give at least 24 hours notice. I think as we all know that. So the discussion portion of the report was to discuss that possibility of revising the dates. As mentioned on our organizational meeting, moved by Councillor Kapitaniak to table that item. This is where we are today. Where's everybody at? There you go.
Sorry, before I answer your question, I'll, through the chair to admin, is the second and fourth clearer? Or does it affect you in any way than the second and last? Because sometimes there's that 5 weeks, so I was thinking clarity is second and fourth. It's good for you.
No, second and fourth would
Cool.
work. Madam.
Clearer the better for me.
Yep, there you go. I'll just throw it out there. Thank you for bringing this forward.
Madam Chair, just Ms. Blair tells me that the schedule that's attached references the second and last. So if it says second and fourth, that schedule would change a little bit, and we could just send out that schedule back to council.
Okay, perfect. That's no extra effort. Thank you.
No, that's awesome. As I was going through this and thinking about it as well, there's not a whole lot of difference between the fourth and the last that I found. There was very little, but I really liked it. And thank you for bringing it up, you know, because it also helps us on long weekends. Big time not to come flying in. It helps administration, I hope as well, that, you know, we don't fly in here on a Tuesday on a long weekend. So I think that that's fantastic. I really like that as well. So the motion here would be Councillor Kapitaniak.
So I think we're just changing.
To revise the meeting dates to the second and last, or fourth Thursday.
of each month.
Okay,
That's only second, fourth Thursday.
now it does mention schedule the meeting dates by council resolution till the end of March 2026. Do you want to go further?
Should, as per the calendar
As,
forthcoming.
okay. For the 2025-2026 calendar year? Is that fair? Because I think this one goes up to October 29th, 2026 to the organizational meeting. October 29, 2026.
Let's do it.
Okay,
Then they should go send us the revised.
okay. So the motion, if I understand it,
Will not have a-
the motion, if I understand it, that council would like to revise the meeting dates to be the second and fourth Thursday and schedule the meeting dates to the end of October 29th, 2026.
Could it just be, could you simplify that whole works just to be to schedule as presented in this package?
Well, this one shows as Thursday, the last Thursday in this particular schedule, so it would have to be revised. All right, so do I need to run that through that motion again? Miss Leah, did
Can I
you?
propose that as we're looking at this, we do an amendment in August? And I don't know what everybody else's days are like, but July and August, we have only 2 meetings, so if we that last time frame in August is often time when parents are busy, doing stuff with their kids, trying to get ready for going back to school. And I'm wondering if it would make sense to make the August meeting on the 20th instead of the 27th, simply to create that space at the end when families might be taking that last.
I don't have a
holiday.
calendar on your phone. What is the 27th? Is that the fourth last or the fourth?
It's both.
Thursday?
It's both.
And what I'm hearing, sorry, we must have a vote.
Microphone touch.
Give you my whole. I heard Counselor Hall was suggesting that we adjust the August meeting to accommodate the last
That's
week
the
for
last.
being back to school
So it would be
week,
the
kind of,
Fourth,
and
okay,
just
so it's the
upping
fourth,
it
okay.
at our discretion.
So we would go to August 20th rather than, but then that puts it where we have we would have back-to-back meetings, 13th and the 20th. Oh, no, we're
We
not
only have
doing
one.
30th. Very good. Got it. Okay,
20th
so August 20th,
instead of the 27th, sure.
2026.
Good idea, good catch.
There you go. Everybody's working it. Okay. So I guess the motion then would actually read that council would like to revise the meeting dates to be the second and fourth Thursday, with the exception of August,
Where it will fall on
Where-
the third Thursday.
where it will fall on the third Thursday, and up until the October 29th, 2026 org meeting. Is that fair?
That's excellent.
Everybody understands it all? We're all good? All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Thank you very much. Well done. So then we will go back now to our counselor. Oops, sorry. Oh, pardon me. Go ahead, please.
Sorry, I don't see anything at the beginning of August.
No, we don't have, we only have one meeting in July, one meeting in August, and one meeting in December that we passed at the organization.
Yep, got it. Thanks.
Madam Chair, just to clarify, even though you didn't pass the second recommendation, we're okay. We're going to bring back the procedural bylaw to amend it. So either way, we're bringing it back because it has to be amended now.
Would you like a motion? You're good to go. Administration is, I apologize. I'm just so excited about this whole changed. I think it's excellent. So thank you for that. Yeah, it was a great catch. Alrighty, so we're gonna bounce back to 8.2, the meeting calendars for November and December. Just gonna bring that one over. Would anybody like to begin? I've got a few things to mention. Okay, I'll start. We have coming up, we have a letter here that we received from Mr. Brian Scott with the Royal Canadian Legion. That the Legion is coordinating their annual Remembrance Day service to be held on November 11th, commencing at 9:45 a.m. And he has invited the Reeve to invite and bring greetings and say a few words on behalf of the county. So that would be added to our calendar as well. I understand there has been a request possibly coming from the Boyle Legion, but it hasn't come in as a formal request as of yet, so we'll wait for that, but it is happening in Boyle, correct? Yep. Do you have a time that they? You don't have a time yet. So more information to come, but Boyle will also be hosting a Remembrance Day ceremony. I was also texted, actually not texted, called on yesterday, I guess it was. Alberta Council has invited myself to do a reception at the Alberta Council offices for women in politics on the 2nd of November, 3 to 5:30. Unfortunately, I cannot attend. And I'm not sure, I don't know if Deputy Reeve Mins would really like to go to Women in Politics, but
The 2nd of November.
the second of November, this Sunday coming. Yeah. Would you like to attend that? Okay,
I was surprised.
I know, yeah, so I'll send you all the information as well as the contact, okay? And thank you for being able to take that on. Fantastic. I appreciate that. All right, and we are looking at on the 4th of November, it mentions here that we have the CanAfric social function, which the town of Athabasca is hosting. The Reeve and the Economic Development Officer was invited, as well as our MP Shannon Stubbs and MLA Glenn Van Dyken. I will be attending that. I did send out some information on what CanAfric is all about to our new counselors, so hopefully you have that, and I'll bring back a report and some information on what has happened there. And also on the 27th, just to throw it out there, it's up to council how they would like to handle the FCSS conference that's in Edmonton, whether or not you would be going. And if you are going, are you okay to miss the MPC and county council meeting? Or would you like us to try and reschedule that so that you don't miss if you are attending? Is there one or two? Yeah, there's two.
Two, who else is on with me?
Yeah,
Oh, you
there
are
you
too?
go.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna ask for clarification on that because I'm not really familiar with FCSS at this point. I haven't been to any of their meetings. So I don't know if it's relevant for me to attend the conference at this point or perhaps next year.
Okay.
And then I didn't know whether I need council approval for going to that convention if I do go. What's the
You
clarification on
don't
that?
know if it's on the calendar and we accept the calendar.
Okay, so go
Yeah,
ahead.
please.
I'll interject as well. You have a conference budget, so you can actually schedule, I want to say what you like, without council approval as well, as long as it's I would say,
Applicable, right.
applicable to the job in some way.
Would your suggestion be that it would be beneficial for us to go, being new to the board?
I will defer to Councillor Tomsic.
Having attended the last 4 years, I found it extremely beneficial. Debbie runs a really tight ship. There's a lot of advocation that goes on at those tables. Mr. Van Dyken usually is in attendance as well. I found it always extremely beneficial to go.
And I think you would enjoy it. There's a lot of learning happening there that would really springboard into your next meeting.
So would we have enough here for a quorum if we both missed your MPC?
Mhm.
Okay. So I think-
MPC and county council.
Oh,
Okay,
So we can, if you prefer, you can put it out there that you would like us to move the meeting to the 25th, the MPC and the county council, if it's works for administration. If not, we're good to go to leave it here and the 7 of us will carry forward.
your thoughts?
I'm fine with leaving things as is if you guys are good without us in attendance.
You're satisfied with that? You can also watch it on YouTube. Awesome. Okay, so we've got that one sorted out. And then December, on our calendar, we have the 25th of December. I don't know about you, but I'm not going to be here on the 25th. right? Oh, yeah, right. So I'm recommending, and I think that we mentioned it already, that there be one meeting in December. So I'm assuming that the 9:30 county council meeting on the 25th would be canceled. And we could possibly move the MPC meeting to the same day as the COW meeting, committee of the whole meeting on the 16th. I'm wondering how administration feels about that as well as council. Okay. Sure, that if we could move MPC to the 16th of December, the same day as committee of the whole. And of course, we don't have Director Wilkinson to weigh in, but sure, I don't know. Well, it depends on how big, because that's our first committee of the whole meeting that we'll have had for a few months. We might want to do it beforehand, maybe 9 AM. If that works for everyone. Counselor Hall?
Just think we want to be careful about scheduling like firm start times in the afternoon, because on a day like today, it's possible we would be done by 12. I mean, today we've got a few closed session items, so we're not likely to be, but the idea that we end up with a large gap in the middle of the day, I'd rather have us worded in a way that because I think we could start late, but there's generally the view we can't start early. But maybe the CAO can provide advice if I'm wrong on that.
We're happy to accommodate whatever council would like. I think we got used to MPC meetings taking 5 minutes, and after a while they weren't. So we didn't know when to start meetings. So the suggestion was maybe we need to schedule them immediately following council meetings at 1 PM. If council wants us to try the 9 AM thing again, we're happy to do so. It makes no difference to us.
I just have a small feeling the committee of the whole will be a little bit longer for the first one for everybody who is new. Yeah, it should be done at 11. Go ahead, please, Councillor Chisholm.
Can we not move the MPC meeting to like our meeting on the 11th after the same format?
The only thing is there's a certain timeline for MPC also, I think. Like you can't move it too close.
Madam Chair, from the time we have a complete application for some things, we must render a decision within 60 days. That's why it's always pushed to a certain date. Otherwise, they're deemed refused, which is not what we want to do.
We also have plenty of time to figure this out. I propose we don't have to worry about the MPC one today. We can wait for the administration and the chair to propose it to council at the next meeting.
Sounds good. But I'm assuming we will cancel the county meeting on the 25th.
It's already canceled because we approved it under 9.2.
Thank you. Okay, and of course, we have some shifts that will happen with regards to the resolution, of course, for the second Thursday and the fourth Thursday. I also received a letter from Portage College Board of Governors. They would like to take the opportunity to thank us for our ongoing support. And would like to extend an invitation to all of us for council and to meet their board and administration. And so I will forward this to everyone. The dates, of course, October 23rd is not going to happen, but there are 2 other dates for consideration, and we will discuss this at a secondary meeting, January 15th, 2026, or March 19, 2026. There's also April 16, May 14th, and June 18th. So I will forward this to everyone, and we will figure out amongst ourselves what date would work best. Okay. So just as a heads up on that one as well. And if anybody has seen the upcoming municipal law seminars are for February 6th in Edmonton. Reynolds, Mirth, Richards and Farmer is hosting one. So that's something else for people to consider again on a future calendar for February 6, 2026. And other than that, I don't have any other changes here. Anybody else? Go ahead, please, Councilor Chamsey.
Just December 8th should be the FCSS meeting. And then on December 16th should be Boyle Library and the 18th Town Library.
Alrighty, thank you. So FCSS meeting, what time? 9:10. 10 a.m. and town library time 7 p.m. and
No, that Boyle 7 and the town 6.
town is 6, Boyle is 7. Okay. Awesome.
I'm just curious where the FCSS meeting is. Is it here? Yes.
Yep. Go ahead, please, Counselor Hall.
Two questions. There's the local authorities course on the 19th. Is that, do we know a time for that? Is that in the morning, evening? It's on a Friday.
It's during the day,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
That's close enough for me. I just wanted to know if I needed to plan my Friday evening.
It's a daytime meeting
Okay.
and the email actually didn't say, I don't believe that we got the exact location other than in Boyle. So we'll get that clarified.
Okay, but that at least allows us to plan evening or day. The other thing, I can tell you the multiplex meeting will be canceled on the 24th and rescheduled because multiple board members will have a conflict on that day.
Okay, that will be rescheduled. Okay, and that's November. Okay. Do we have any more points? Anybody else need to clarify any points? We're good? So do we have a motion?
I will move to receive the calendars.
As discussed?
Yep.
The motion on the floor is to receive the calendars as discussed. If everybody's ready, all those in favor? And are there any opposed? That's 9-0. Thank you. All right, so we are,
Motion to enter closed session.
Counselor Hall would like to put the motion forward, please. The motion on the floor would be to go into closed session. All those in favor? Any opposed? 9-0. We are officially in closed. Are we ready to go? We're good to go. Awesome. We have come out of our closed session. We have a few motions that we need to address here. So 12.1 of our agenda, Counselor Stasiak would like to receive the report for information. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? Perfect, 8-0. 12.3, Deputy Reeve Mins would like to direct administration to provide a support letter from Athabasca County as discussed. We're ready for the motion or for the vote. All those in favor? And any opposed? 8-0, thank you. 12.4, Counselor Dowlak would like to direct administration to bring back more information to council as discussed. If we're all ready for that one, all those in favor? And I see any opposed, no opposed, okay, 8-0. 12.5, Counselor Stasiak would like to amend the 2025 budget infrastructure services professional fees for up to $70,000 for facility assessment as discussed in closed. If we're good to go, all those in favor? Any opposed? 1, 7-1, thank you. And the last item, 12.6, was Deputy Reeve Mins would like to receive the report for information. All those in favor? And opposed? 7-1. This officially adjourns our meeting at 12:33, 1:33. Thank you very much.